One last. I think we are done. Okay. So it was nice meeting you guys. So let me ask you again. Look at your neighbor again. Is she still smiling? So ask your neighbor for me. Did you enjoy the session? Ask your neighbor, what did you learn? One thing you learned. Did they answer you? Are they smiling? If they are not smiling, collect money, please. Okay. Are there any Ghanaians in the house? Any Ghanaians? Okay, who has tasted Ghanaian? Is that your hand? Oh, nice to meet you, bro. Please, let's applaud our Ghanaian brother. He is a brother. Thank you for coming. So, do you guys believe Nigerian jollof is better than Ghanaian jollof? He's just alone in the house.
does it mean to dream, but to be told no over and over again? Across Africa, the gender finance gap keeps millions of women entrepreneurs from reaching their potential.
I had a business that needed skills, customers, and determination. But banks wouldn't look past what I didn't have: collateral.
Without land titles and traditional assets, we are invisible to most banks despite running successful businesses.
When I applied for a loan, I remember that time, when I got my seemingly first ever big supply, LPU for big supply, I approached the bank and I was offered 25%, interest rate, and I was like, how can a small business survive with this kind of interest rate?
Across Africa, women are 30% less likely to access financial services than men. This isn't just a statistic. It's millions of dreams deferred. And despite myth about lending to women, Impact's data tells a different story. A 99.9% repayment rate.
After I discovered Impact App, they provided me with financial training. They also provided me with what I needed the most. They connected me to get a 0% interest rate loan without any collateral.
When I entered in for this program, Impact App, I experienced financial inclusion for the first time, where I was made to get a loan without any interest. No interest, as in 0% interest.
Before Impact App, I was excluded from the formal economy. But now, I have a business bank account, I have digital payment platform, and I also have a financial history. Impactor didn't just understand what we were going through, but it also provided solutions for every woman entrepreneur.
Walking into a bank felt like walking into rejection. They asked for collateral, they asked for guarantee. Things women like me never had. With the support from Impact Her team, I got linked to the local banks and I could then approach them without the guarantees, and I could use my customers that I had as the guarantee, and they could fund me and I could scale my business.
Dr. gave us the tools to break through, from the financing trainings, bookkeeping trainings, to even connecting us to get affordable loans.
When women entrepreneurs access appropriate financial services, the impact extends beyond business. Studies show they reinvest up to 90% of earnings into their families and communities.
My small cosmetics company has now grown into a wholesale business serving different industries. What was once a struggle to feed my family is now a source of community employment.
I've increased my income, and now I contribute to reducing unemployment in society.
I have now mentored over 10 women entrepreneurs.
I feel financially included. For me, financial inclusion means being valued for my business potential, not judged by my lack of traditional collateral.
When we close the gender finance gap in Africa, we don't just transform individual businesses. We unlock $1 billion in untapped economic potential.
Did you know what it feels like for a woman without collateral, without a voice in the financial world, to hear yes? It unlocked a future that I thought was close to me.
Impact Her, closing the gender finance gap in Africa. One woman, one business, one community at a time.
event shortly. Before going indulgence, so please settle down as we kick off this conference shortly. Once again, we appreciate your presence here. Thank you for deciding to spend this beautiful Wednesday morning with us. Thank you.
break it down a bit. Bring it down a bit, band. NYC band, thank you so much. Just bring it back, bring it down. All right, quick announcement, please. If you took someone's phone to help the person in charge before you moved seats, please, can you kindly come to the back of the stage and meet the MC, please? Thank you so much. NYC band, continue. Attention everyone. Please, if you have your car parked wrongly, can you please go out to repark? ABJ 738LK and BDG 16ABC. I'll repeat. ABJ 738LK BDG 16ABC. Please, if you heard this, to avoid your car being clamped or towed out of the venue. Thank you.
entrepreneurs, women of impact. Welcome to Global Africa Women's Sustainability Conference 2.0, happening right here at the Center of Excellence. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we kick off this conference today, we crave your indulgence to please rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please rise. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we crave your indulgence to please keep standing as we take the African Union anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. Your Excellencies, innovators, creators in the house, women of impact, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, on behalf of Impacta, I want to extend a very warm welcome to you to this epoch-making event happening right here at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center at the Center of Excellence, FCT. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this hall are individuals from different tribes, different nationalities, across 50 different countries that have gathered here today with one goal: to reinvest, to rethink, and to regenerate. Once again, on behalf of Impacta, we say a very warm welcome to the Global Africa Women's Sustainability Conference 2.0. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we often say that Africa is the future, but I dare say that Africa is now. And hence, we have this great conference that will be happening in the next 3 days. Please, a resounding round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much for deciding to spend your Wednesday morning with us. We appreciate your presence here today. Esteemed delegates, your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the Master of Ceremony. She is beauty with brain, if I do say so myself. She is a broadcast journalist. She's a professional compere. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, she is a proud Nigerian and a proud African. Her name is Esther Melo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the lady standing right in front of you. And I will be driving this conference for the next 3 days. Thank you. I'm not doing this alone. I have my beautiful co-host. How are you?
Fine, good morning. Thank you so much, Esther. Standing on the existing protocol for distinguished excellences, honored dignitaries, captains of industry, esteemed guests, and extraordinary women who's traveled all the way from different countries. It is ETET and joined us here in the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. My name is Augustina Augustine, your everyday professional companion. But today, I do not just join you as one of your advocates for women empowerment. And over the years, I have done this actively with my platform. And today, alongside Esther, I am so honored to join my voice to continue to build Africa's vision and Africa as a society. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, today and till the 1st of May, we will position women entrepreneurs as global architects to build Africa's future.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are in Nigeria. You are in the Federal Capital Center. This Federal Capital Territory, rather, this is the Center of Excellence. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from the northern part of Nigeria, we often say Sanu Desua.
If we take you to the western part of Nigeria, we say Chicago.
And if we take you to the eastern part of Nigeria, we often say No.
Of course, to our French brothers and sisters who have joined us here in Abuja, Nigeria, we would say
Bienvenue. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a resounding round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. I think the room is too cold. Perhaps you can give the person beside you a high five and say, welcome to the Center of Excellence. Admire something about them. Tell them they look good. Tell them you love their earrings. Ask them who did your makeup for you.
Alright, we hope that you're ready for today's program. I would ask that you come with your minds packed, have your journal, your pen, because we're ready for today's program. And as you've seen on the agenda with the QR code that is on your tab, please stand so you can follow the program. We'll be doing some learning. We already had a masterclass earlier today here. And I just want to say thank you for the impact our organization for considering women, the well-being, and for also positioning them to be.
That's right, and like we have said, we have delegates, esteemed delegates that have joined us today for this conference, and they will be with us for the next 3 days. And it's important that we recognize as well as celebrate them. I will start by recognizing the Vice President, Collectivité of St. Martin, no other person but Her Excellency Honorable Benedict Davis, who would also be joining us here as we kick off this event.
Could we please have a round of applause? Thank you. I will be doing this acknowledgement really fast and would ask that you also join us and celebrate everyone who is acknowledged here this morning. Do we have your spirit and attention here, please?
Do we have your support? Do we have your support? I think we can do better. Do we have your support? Thank you.
The next on our list this morning is the Minister of the Federal Capital.
And gentlemen, we have also in our midst Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development from the Republic of Zimbabwe. No other person but Her Excellency, Honorable Senator Monica Mutangwa. Please, let's celebrate her. Thank you.
And next up, we have the Minister of Women and Early Child from the Republic of Chad. Of course, we couldn't join us this morning because of that. We have the Honorable Professor from the Republic of Gabon. Ladies and gentlemen, just put your hands together and celebrate the advisor to the Minister of Entrepreneurship and SMEs, Kamel E.P. Rakour. Thank you so much for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we also have in our midst the Director of Cabinet, Ministry of Family and Children from the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. No other person but Musa Derasuba, who has joined us right here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises Development from the Republic of Zambia. We have Honorable Mrs. Subeta Mutelu. Please a round of applause.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Ambassador of the Republic of Cuba, Her Excellency, Mrs. Miriam Morales Palomero. Please, let's celebrate her. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your presence right here today.
And of course, someone who has joined us all the way from Jamaica, of course, all the way from Jamaica. He also serves as the High Commissioner of Jamaica to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency Lincoln Donner. Please put your hands together.
Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Honorary Consul of Gambia to Nigeria. No other person but Her Excellency Marisa Romero Santillo. Let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate her. Thank you.
And of course, a woman who serves as a representative to Nigeria from the Embassy of Colombia with residence in Ghana, concurrent to West Africa, Her Excellency Pelis Zule Moreno Mosquera, Chargé d'Affaires.
Let's celebrate her. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have in our midst the Honorary Consul of Jamaica in Philadelphia, United States. No other person but Christopher Chaplin, who has joined us here today. Let's celebrate her. Thank you so much.
And joining, of course, we have the Mayor of Banjul, Republic of the Gambia, Mayor Rohey Malik Lowe. There's a round of applause. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. We also have in our midst the Mayor of Tema Metropolitan Assembly, Ghana. No other person but Mayor A.B. Bryce. Let's celebrate. Come on, ladies. Let's celebrate them. Thank you.
And the Deputy Mayor of Madison, Wisconsin, United States, Deputy Mayor Dr. Linda Van Cleaver. Please put your hands together.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we also have in our midst the 130th Lord Mayor of Leeds, United Kingdom, Councillor Abigail Mashal Khatun. Let's celebrate her. Thank you. She's not here alone. She's also here with Mrs. Rabitu Tenike. Thank you. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have right here from the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia, Abuja, His Excellency John Akel Obela Jr. Please, let's celebrate. Thank you. We also have in our midst Her Excellency Dane Pauline Talon, former Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, that have joined us here today. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we still have more recognitions to be made right here at this auspicious occasion. And so as we go along, we recognize our guests. We appreciate you for coming all the way down to celebrate women, to empower women, and to impact women. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, I need your rapt attention. Now, if you take a look at the left of the hall and take a look at your right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you would see faces. These are not just decoration. These are faces of impact. Now, over 300 women have been trained by Impact Her across different countries, and I dare say 50 different countries, on renewable energy, climate-smart vocational skills, branding for global markets. Now, it's interesting to know that these women have turned waste into wealth. But way beyond that, it's also important that they have found sense of purpose, financial freedom as well. So ladies and gentlemen, before this gathering, Impact Her has been doing an extremely phenomenal job. So please, let's celebrate one more time. Impact Her, the organization that has put all of this together.
Rightly said. Thank you very much, Esther. And to our valued audience watching online, we want to also welcome you. Thank you for being part of the Global Africa Women's Sustainability Conference 2.0.
Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if the media is ready, would crave your indulgence to please focus your attention on the multimedia screen. We have a very important video that we'll be playing right here, and this is the video from Uganda to Nigeria to the world. Now, it's interesting to know that some of the products and some of the brands that you will be seeing here today, these are handmade bags produced by women that were trained by Impact Her. So please focus your attention on the multimedia screen for this very short video. Thank you.
In Uganda alone, over 526,280 metric tons of bananas are produced annually. And yet, their stems are often discarded as waste. At Impact Her, we saw something others didn't, and we set out to change it. In Banda village, Kasese, Uganda, poverty is a harsh reality, with over 62% of women surviving on less than $1.40 a day. But hidden in these challenges is a treasure waiting to be found. This is the story of remarkable women we call the banana gold miners.
I am 41 years old. Before the impacted training, I struggled to make ends meet. I depended solely on small-scale farming.
I have 3 children. Life felt like a cycle of survival. I wanted to do more, but didn't know how or where to begin. I thank Impactor for having trained us with these skills.
I have now known how I can make bags from banana stems. The training has given me the ability to earn my own money. Now I have peace in my family.
In our life. This is not just a project. It started in one Ugandan village, Banda. Now it's crossing the continent from east to west, growing from the ground up, one banana stem at a time. Impact Her is committed to expanding this work across Uganda
Nigeria, and beyond, until no stem is wasted and no woman is left behind. Today, these bags are sold on Amazon, from a village in Uganda to another Nigerian village to the world. The gold was always there. We just needed the right hands to mine it.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should celebrate that beautiful video we just saw now, all the way from Uganda, like we'll say Uganda to the world, and we'll see more of that right here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this part of this event is very special to me, and it is because you often say when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. The person about to read her profile has empowered nations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll crave your indulgence to please pay rapt attention to these quite lengthy, but it's worth it, to this profile. Ladies and gentlemen, I would read the profile of the founder and president of Impact, who is an award-winning global advocate for women's economic inclusion and financial inclusion, and was recognized among the most influential people of African descent during the United Nations General Assembly Group. She is the president and the founder of Impact Her. I was expecting this part. Oh yes, we should. We should. An impact-driven organization bridging the financing gap for women-led small and medium-sized enterprises across Africa and the Caribbean. Awarded as the best women's support organization in Africa, supported over 246,805 women entrepreneurs across 54 African countries and 12 Caribbean countries. Ladies and gentlemen, on a pro bono basis, equipping them to build investor-ready businesses, access institutional capital, and supply products to U.S. vendors. Impact had intervention and impact was also featured in CNN in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular woman of impact designed Google's Women's Wheel entrepreneurship curriculum for sub-Saharan Africa, which trained more than 10,000 women. Also, let me take you back to the COVID season, ladies and gentlemen. During COVID, she authored Gender Smart Policy Brief directed to 30 African presidents. Several of those recommendations were adopted, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's celebrate this phenomenal individual. She has also provided advisory input to the OECD, the African Development Bank, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa on reforms to strengthen women's economic participation across the continent. She brings deep frontier market experience. As an investment lawyer, she has advised on over $15 billion in U.S. transaction and $1.3 billion in investment directed into sub-Saharan Africa. Formerly lead counsel and chief compliance officer at a private equity firm focused on Africa. She now serves as a vice president and assistant general counsel at a Wall Street investment bank, advising institutional investors on complex cross-border deals. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not celebrating her enough. Come on. In 2019, she was appointed to serve as the committee member of the African Union's African Diaspora Health Initiative Steering Committee. Additionally served as the 41st Vice President of the Association of Black Women Attorneys, NYC. Come on, we can do more. Thank you. She has earned numerous honors, including Africa's 40 Under 40, the University of Chicago Early Career Achievement Awards, recognition at the finalists in the Inclusive Leader category at the Accenture Gender Mainstreaming Awards, inclusion on Yahoo Finance's Heroes Women Role Model List 2022, 2024, 2025. Recognition amongst Africa's 50 powerful women, listing among Bromel's inspirational women amongst several others. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this phenomenal woman is recognized globally as a champion of women's economic empowerment and financial inclusion. She has advised the African Union, African presidents, African Development Bank, OECD, and the United Nations agencies. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate her. She has featured on Forbes, BBC News, and BBC Africa, and has frequently spoken at African Union, United Nations, and OECD Paris events, as well as Harvard Business School, Columbia Business School, Duke University, Cornell University, UNDP, and the list goes on and on and on. She's admitted to the New York and New Jersey bars and holds degree from the University of Chicago and Washington and Lee University School of Law. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is a woman of impact. It is one thing to have a vision, but it's completely different to bring that vision to life. Not so, a vision that is about empowering women, a vision that is about financial freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a vision that has made us gathered here today. So if your hands are not busy, I want us to be magnanimous with our round of applause. Come and celebrate the founder and the president of Impact Her. Ladies and gentlemen, for the opening remarks, let's celebrate Miss Efe Ukala for the opening remarks. Thank you. We can do better. Celebrate her. Celebrate her. Celebrate her. Celebrate her. Thank you. We need to celebrate her. Come on. Come on.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a blessing to stand in front of you today. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation. I look around the room and I see ministers from different African countries. I see representation from the Caribbean. I see representation from Colombia. I see a representation from Cuba. Thank you for answering this call. It means a lot to me. Some of you, those text messages really thank you. I need to make a confession. When I was growing up, my mother never threw anything away. Bread bags became freezer bags. Old newspapers became premium bright fish wrappers that she would use to store her fish away. The broken chairs in the corner, I would try to throw away. She said, no, keep it, don't throw it. She would say, I would fix it. But guess what? She never did. And she also never threw those chairs away. For a child whose job it was to organize that house, that wasn't fun for me. It was confusing. but I learned to adapt to her kitchen rules. It was her kitchen, it was her rules. I was a child, I knew better. So it is a bit ironic that I'm standing here before you today, basically asking the world to do what my mother did. Keep nothing wasted. Finding purpose for everything. Organize the cluster. It turns out that after all my complaining and whining as a child, my mother and global African mothers in the room today were right all along. So give yourself a round of applause for raising us right. But they did it without using fancy words. Today we call it circular economy, sustainability, eco-friendliness. We put all this tags to it. Our mothers just called it common sense. That was it. It is common sense. We're going to call it again. Honestly, if the United Nations had consulted the global African mothers 30, 40 decades ago, I'm sure that at this time, we would have achieved all the SDG goals that we're still hoping to achieve by 2030. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome officially. And I want to use this opportunity to welcome the 50 countries represented in the room today from different African countries. So thank you all for being here. Thank you to the 9 African ministries that showed up. The Minister of Nigeria, FCT, the Minister of State for the FCT, thank you so much. Thank you so much to the Minister of Gender of Nigeria for being here. Thank you so much for the Minister of Gender for Chad for being here, and the Minister of State for Chad for being here. Thank you so much for the Minister of Gambia, Gender for Gambia. Thank you so much for the Minister of Gender for Sierra Leone for being here. Thank you to the ministries represented through their directors and permanent secretaries, Cote d'Ivoire, Zambia, Gabon. And thank you to the mayor of Banjul for being here. Thank you to the mayor of Tama, mayor of Wisconsin, the mayor of Leeds, the UK, and other diplomats in the world. So when we look at the backdrop, or you look at your programs rather, you're going to see 3 words: rethink, reinvest, regenerate. 3 words, but all are making one invitation to you all. Because global African women are not asking for permission to lead sustainable conversations. We're already leading it. The question is whether the world systems will catch up with what our women already know. And here's one thing. The pace of catching up is not sentimental. It is mathematical. So let me share 3 numbers with you. Number 1, the green economy is now more than $5 trillion a year, and on track to reach $7 trillion by 2030, growing twice as fast as conventional industries. That tells you a lot. $5 trillion, this is a market. And global African women who are already engaged in building from waste, weaving with eco-dyes, powering in villages with sun, should be inside that market. We shouldn't be at the margins of it. We shouldn't be the cheerleaders. We should be in the football field, kicking the balls and making those girls happen. Number 2, data shows us at this point that consumers around the world are willing to pay yearly, in fact up to 10% more, for sustainable produced goods. This premium is real. So that tells us again that there is a market. They are looking for what we already have. We just have to ensure that we're positioning ourselves right to tap into that. And the last number I would share with you is there's an estimated 70% of informal cross-border trade going across the borders in Africa. You can witness it on a daily basis. Go to Lagos, about to cross into Cotonou. We're going to see those women traders. 70% of women are already trading in that informal sector, already exporting, already moving goods. So why are they still stuck in the informal economy? Why are they not accessing green premium to ensure they're tapping into that 10% premium market? And why are they not on the shelves on platinum market, premium markets in Europe, Asia, North America? Only a few of us are able to make it there. The answer is one word: certifications. We don't have that. A lot of us lack that access. This is a gap that this conference is working to close. We're not proposing that we have all the solutions, but one thing we can promise you is that we will move that needle, and we will create a bit of change, and we will create the impact that we need. With all the power players in the room, we can be on their shoulders, and we're sure they will lift us as they rise. So, it's against this backdrop that this conference is called Women Entrepreneurs as Architects of Global Sustainable Future. Not beneficiaries, we're not victims, we're not a vulnerable population, we're not standing on the sidelines. We are the architects, and we're going to prove to the world that we indeed are the architects. Over the next 3 days, we will talk about turning policy into practicable action items. We will talk about money, real money, not capacity building money. We'll talk about trade, again, real trade, making contracts happen for people. And for those of you that have been rehearsing your hotel room since 5 a.m., relax. We'll get to you. There's still time. Day 3, we will unveil that because I've been seeing a lot of questions around that. So at this point, again, I want to say a big thank you to all of you that make this day possible. To all of you who picked up my call for 3 a.m. To my parents who have always been my supporters, thank you so much. And finally, to my mentors, you all, as you said here, thank you for lending that shoulder for me to cry on, literally, for being the hand that have always held me, guided me, gently corrected me, and lovingly held me. Thank you.
Very distinguished and extraordinary women. I believe we can do better than that. Please, one more time, celebrate the convener and president of Impactor. Thank you very much. Okay, that was very insightful. Thank you for sharing the essence of this program and for setting the tone for what this Hindu's conference truly promises. Once again, I will remind you that it promises to be impactful and real. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further to the Goodwill presentation, I would now like to invite. But before we go on, I would please like that we introduce the process and please continue your seats. Thank you. And now for the very first Goodwill message, please join me welcome the African Union Commission, Ethiopia to be precise, Lorette Francette Echo. Please put your hands together and make welcome one of our Goodwill speakers this morning. Thank you very much. Please, can we just do that? distinguished guests, visionary women entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I stand before you on behalf of the African Union Commission and my director, Mrs. Ron Esma, with a sense of urgent optimism. We are gathered under the powerful mandate to rethink, reinvent, and regenerate, but let us be clear. These are not mere abstractions. They are the practical imperatives of the Agenda 2060, our blueprint for the African continent. For far too long, the global discourse framed sustainability as a peripheral concern or costly luxury. Today, you are shattering that myth. You are proving that sustainable innovation is the very engine of our structural transformation and the primary architect of resilient global Africa. Our continent is as the decisive crossroad where the integration of our market through the African continental footprint area must be matched by a green industrial revolution led by women. The Union Commission recognizes that the transformation of our economic landscape will not be achieved by policy signatures Addis Ababa alone. It is being fought in your processing units, your green tech laboratories, and your climate smart agribusinesses. You are the catalyst for the sustainable transformation from within that our continent requires to remain competitive in a rapidly evolving global economy. To support this, the African Union has moved beyond rhetoric into decisive action through the African Women in Processing Initiative. This flagship program serves as the strategic bridge connecting women-led small and medium enterprises to the immense opportunities found within the special economic zones and industrial parks. We are committed to providing the essential support framework from technical training and quality standard certification to structure B2B matchmaking that allows your businesses to scale from local startups to continental champions. We are also prioritizing the digital transformation, recognizing that tools like artificial intelligence are not just for the elite, but are fundamental to creating green jobs and streamlining sustainable value chain. The architecture of the future we are building requires us to dismantle the structural barriers that have historically stylied women's economic potential. We are working to ensure that the evolving green economy provides you with the finance, renewable energy access, and institutional framework necessary to turn cash into cash and local innovation into global export. This conference is therefore a call to action to move from diaspora dialogue to dealing delivery. Over the next 3 days, I challenge you to leverage every panel and masterclass to forge partnerships that transcend borders, linking the continent with our diaspora and the Caribbean. Let us use this platform to guide our institution toward the enabling system we need to thrive. African Union is not just an observer of your journey. We are your partners in building a sustainable, integrated, and prosperous Africa. As you rethink your strategies and reinvent your industry, remember that the very heart of our continent's economy. Let us leave Abuja
Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Colin Callan, all the invited distinguished ministers of the African descent here in the room, all other protocols duly observed. My name is Mrs. Chinwe Ezenwa, the MP and CEO of Leluk Nigeria Limited. I am undeniably 75 years old, and I have been doing business and impacting women for 40 years. So I came here to inspire the younger generation, the Gen Z. I came here to tell you that all hope is not lost. I came here to tell you that the Africa we want is here now. I came to give a goodwill message and to congratulate the lady with the baby steps, Efe Okala. Efe is our dream child for Africa. Do not ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. This is Efe. Efe is selfless. Efe runs in fact her with her money. She has not earned a kobo in the family. There is no room for competition. There is a lot of room for collaboration. So you wake up, and follow your leaders. Women support women. Gen Z, wake up. Stop feeling entitled. Nobody owes you anything. You have to work for your money. You have to break the jinx. You have to stop looking for what is not looking for you. All right? So, with all due respect, the next 3 days is going to be a thriller in Manila. Thank you.
Once again, let's celebrate her, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's celebrate her. Thank you. Highly esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abuja, the center of excellence, ladies and gentlemen. And at this point, for the official opening ceremony of the Global Africa Women's Sustainability Conference 2.0, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Yeso Wike, who has been ably represented by the Minister of State, no other person but Honorable Dr. Maria Mahmoud Bunkure. Ladies and
very much, the Master of Ceremony, Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Keynote Ibrahim, emphasized. The Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Her Excellency Honorable Monica Mutubangwa. The Minister of State, Ministry of Women Affairs, Early Child, the Federal Republic of Chad, Her Excellency Honorable Kevin Gata. The Minister of State, Gender and Culture, Republic of Uganda, Honorable Peace Regis Mutozo. The Minister of Gender and Children Affairs, Republic of Sierra Leone, Her Excellency Honorable Dr. Isata Mugwe. The Minister of Gender, Children and Welfare, Gambia, Honorable Fatou Bintai. The Lord of Banjul, Republic of Gambia, Mayor Rohi Malik Loy. Honorable Dame Patient Pauline Tade, our former Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria. 138th Lord Mayor of Leeds, London, United Kingdom, Councillor Abigail Marshall Khartoum. The Mandate Secretary, Women Affairs Secretariat, Federal Republic of Federal Capital Territory Administration, Dr. Benjamin. the convener, founder, and the president of Impact Her, Barrister Ife Okala, the CEO of Smart Energy, Dr. Yinka Okwe, the MD of Leluk Nigeria Limited, Chief Mrs. Chinwe Ezenwa. Participants, delegates, beneficiaries, distinguished personalities, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm deep honored to be here with you. This Reinvent, Regenerate captures not only the urgency of our moment, but also the immense potential that lies in the hand of African women entrepreneurs. This is a call to action, a call to challenge old models, embrace innovation, and rebuild our economies in the ways that are so inclusive, resilient, and environmentally sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, across Africa, women are at the forefront of enterprise and innovation, from agriculture to renewable energy, fashion to big tech. Women are not only participating in economic activities, but we are redefining them. Yet, despite all this contribution, many women entrepreneurs still continue to face systemic barriers, including limited access to finance, markets, technology, and policy support. This is why platforms such as these ones are critical. They provide not only visibility, but also the opportunity to collaborate, to learn, and also to shape policies that will unlock the potential of women-led businesses across our continent. In the Federal Capital Territory, we recognize that empowering women entrepreneurs is central to achieving sustainable development. Our administration is committed to creating an enabling environment where women can thrive. Though through improved access to infrastructure, targeted capacity building initiatives, and reforms that simplify businesses processes and also reduce regulatory bottlenecks, and this will also improve our ease of doing business. We are also aligning our efforts with global sustainability goals by promoting green enterprises and supporting initiatives that advance climate resilience, circular economy practices, and environmentally responsible production. Distinguished participants, the future we seek, that one that is prosperous, that is equitable and sustainable, cannot be achieved without the active leadership of women. You are not just participant in the economy, you are architect of a new development paradigm. So I say kudos to all the women entrepreneurs that are sitting here with us. As you engage in discussions over the course of this conference, I urge you to think boldly, act collaboratively, and remain steadfast in your commitment to innovation and sustainability. Let me commend Impact Her for organizing this impactful conference, for her love to African women entrepreneurs, and also her continued dedication to empowering women entrepreneurs across Africa. On behalf of His Excellency Barrister Ezemoyel Senuki, Mr. Project, I declare this important conference open, and we pray for Almighty that what we are going to discuss will be beneficial to all of us, the nation, continent at large. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let's celebrate the Minister of State who is representing the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. Thank you. This is our host. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move swiftly to another remark. Some leaders speak, some leaders promise, but there are leaders who deliver consistently and relentlessly. from expanding national systems to reaching women across 774 LGAs, to driving policies that protect, empower, and uplift. Her work is felt, seen, and measured across Nigeria. Recently, this very delectable individual was recognized as the Vanguard Public Servant of the Year 2025. She's always placing women, families, and social protectional center. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering who I am talking about, I'm talking about the Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Honorable Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. What a program. Beautiful MCs, beautiful ladies, powerful ladies. Congratulations, Efe Ukala. It takes a lot to bring women together. We're so proud of you. Great Nigerian women. Great African women. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm sure you all are. May I start by recognizing my dear sister, who is ably representing another dear brother of ours, Hajia Dr. Maria Bonkure, who is representing our dear brother, Minister of SCT, Nelson. May I also recognize my colleagues from the African continent. I'll start with Aissa Tamoye of Sierra Leone, Fatu of the Gambia, Her Excellency Fatu of the Gambia. May I recognize my dear sister, Honorable Peace from Uganda. May I recognize my dear sister from Chad and her deputy. May I recognize my mother, my predecessor. When I say my mother, because she's actually my mother, not just because she's older than me. She's my mom's friend, Dame Pauline Talen, former Minister for Women Affairs of Nigeria. May I recognize my dear sister from the Gambia, the Mayor of Banjul, Honorable Royi. May I recognize another sister of mine, who is not only the Mayor of Leeds, but also a spouse of a distinguished senator of Nigeria. I recognize you, powerful woman. I told her that when you finish being a mayor in Leeds, you come to Nigeria and become a senator. When your husband is tired, just like Mr. President handed over to his wife, continue to do her thing. You also hand over to you. That's positive masculinity, isn't it? May I recognize my dear Mommy Laluk. Mommy Laluk knows that we love her. When we grow up, Mommy Laluk, we want to be like you. May I recognize my sister, the ambassador of Cuba. Sorry, I always mix the two because both of the ambassadors are my friends. May I recognize all of our guests from the African Union, representatives of sport. May I recognize all the female entrepreneurs that are in this room, who wake up every day because nothing happens until somebody sells something. That's what drives the economy. I recognize you, our female entrepreneurs, my powerful mothers, my resilient sisters, and my adorable daughters from across the vast and the expanse of our great continent and the sweeping tides of the diaspora. A new dawn breaks upon the horizon of global Africa, a dawn colored by the resilience of the African woman. the silent architecture of our past and the vibrant visionary of our future. We gather today not merely as representatives of the different nations, but as a single heartbeat echoing from the shores of the Atlantic to the vibrant heart of our future, ready to rethink our limits, to reinvent our paths, and to regenerate the very soul of our economic landscape, knowing that when a woman rises, she carries the hope of an entire generation on her shoulders. Dear colleagues, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to join you today in Nigeria, Abuja, the capital city, my city, where I've lived the most of my entire life, my entire 46 years. I look forward to the time where I stand here like Mamila look and see I'm 75. And I'll look hot, inshallah. A nation of over 250 million dreams, where women constitute over 50% of our vibrant population and stand as our greatest competitive advantage. Under the transformative renewed hope agenda of my president, our president, His Excellency, President Bola Tinubu, DCFR, we're turning this demographic reality into a dividend, ensuring that our young and energetic female population becomes the engine room of African continental trade area through the deliberate implementation of the Nigerian gender agenda. This commitment has culminated into the presidential declaration of 2026 as the year of families and social development. A landmark policy signals that elevates the centrality of the family as the foundation of national stability, social cohesion, and sustainable development. Significance lies in reframing governance priorities to strengthen family systems, promote inclusive social protection, safeguard vulnerable population, and reinforce the moral and socio-economic fabrics on which national progress depends. Recognizing that economic empowerment cannot survive in a legal vacuum, we're aggressively rejigging our legal and institutional frameworks to provide the stability that global investors crave and the protection our local entrepreneurs deserve. We're strengthening the enforcement of the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015 and the Child Rights Act of 2019, dismantling structural bottlenecks and that historically hinders women's access to land and credit, to finance and market, and other enabling tools, ensuring that our laws finally reflect the realities of modern inclusive economy in realizing our goal of tripling our economy with the President's goal of a $1 trillion economy, and women will play their part. Central to this structural transformation is our National Women's Economic Empowerment Policy, the first of its kind in Africa, which serves as a strategic roadmap to formalize women's participation in high-growth sectors, from digital economy to agro-businesses. In harmony with this is our flagship Nigerian for Women program, Scale Up, the largest investment by any government in the women's space in Africa, with 540 million investment in collaboration with the World Bank, actively targeting 4.5 million women in the rural and peri-urban areas, organizing them into women activity groups to build the social capital necessary to move from subsistence to significance across the 774 local government areas of our country via our renewed social impact intervention 774. Furthermore, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we understand that prosperity is a fragile blossom that only blossoms in the soil of stability, which is why the launch of our third National Action Plan of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security is so significant, by placing women at the center of national security and conflict resolution. We are securing the peace that is the prerequisite for trade, and knowing that while women are often the most affected in peace stability, they are also the most effective mediators and peace builders. They are partners in peace, progress, and prosperity. The vision extends beyond at this gathering. As I conclude, may I urge that we all carry with us the flame that no shadow can diminish, a commitment that turns these words into the bread of opportunity and the wine of progress. for every woman across global Africa. We go forth not just as witnesses of change, but as the very hands that will shape it. United in knowledge that our collective strength is the most powerful currency in the world, and that the story of our continent shall be written in the bold, indelible ink of our shared achievements. May God bless the African women. May God bless you all, the Republic of Ghana. Thank you.
Let's once again celebrate our honorable minister. Thank you. Ever active minister. Let's celebrate her. Come on, women. Let's celebrate her. Thank you so much. We're moving swiftly to our first panel, which will be handled by my co-host. But before we get into the first panel, I would love to respectfully recognize the governor of Cross River State, His Excellency Senator Prince Basu Edet, who is ably represented by the Accountant General, Cross River State, Dr. Gloria Efiong. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for being part of the conference today. You can wave where you are so we can see you. Thank you. We also have in our midst distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the wife of the Controller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, Mrs. Ikelomo Adeni, who has joined us here today. Let's celebrate her. Thank you so much. We appreciate the women that have come from across different parts of Nigeria to be part of this conference today. We will now kick off the first panel session for this auspicious occasion. Thank you.
We're still live at day one of the Global African Women's Sustainability Conference. I think my co-host and I have been doing a phenomenal and fantastic work. Let's put your hands and celebrate us. Thank you so much.
Because today's program focuses on rethinking, which I believe the mind is a power tool, and that of course is where we first channel whatever we want to project in the world. And to rebuild Africa and the future that we're talking about in this 3 days program, we must first rethink. So ladies and gentlemen with us in the house, I will be introducing the panelists as well as our moderator who would handle the topic Sustainable Business Foundation certifications. Not to also forget to mention that we have those. So first on our list is a representative of the managing partner, OAKE Legal Nigeria. Please put your hands and make welcome Obumneke Sandra Chikizge, the Senior Associate of OAKE Legal Nigeria. Thank you so much, Sandra, for coming. And also, I would like to bring on stage the Project Coordinator, African Organization for Standardization, all the way from Kenya. Please put your hands and make welcome Liliane Kamanzi. And joining her is the head SMES DEX, Standards Organization of Nigeria, Udoso Udwak. Please put your hands and celebrate Udwak. And our very own moderator who will be championing this conversation this morning is none other than the CEO Network Professional Services, Dr. Barbara Graves. Please celebrate Dr. Barbara, who's here, of course, to moderate this program.
It is truly an honor to serve as a moderator for this. focuses on sustainable business foundation. This is a crucial conversation because building a sustainable business is not credibility and compliance. Across Africa and the global marketplace, women entrepreneurs are increasingly stepping into industries that demand adherence to recognized standards, certifications, and responsible business practices. These foundational elements do more than ensure compliance. They build trust, unlock new markets, attract investors, and position businesses for long-term growth. Today, we are privileged to have an exceptional panel of experts who will share practical insights on how women entrepreneurs can navigate certification processes, understand regulatory expectations, and establish businesses that are resilient, credible, and globally competitive. I encourage you to stay engaged throughout the session and take note of ideas that can strengthen your own sustainable business foundation. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists whose expertise will guide today's conversation. We are honored to welcome Obumeke Sandra Chikeze, Senior Associate at OAK Legal, Nigeria, working across the firm's corporate and investments capital markets, mergers and compliance practices. She advises on a broad range of corporate, investment and regulatory matters, supporting clients through complex transactions, restructuring, and ongoing compliance obligations, particularly within regulated sectors. Thank you for coming. Our next panelist is Lilian Kamanzi, a project coordinator from the African Organization for Standardization in Kenya, where she plays a key in advancing harmonized standards and quality infrastructure across the African continent. Her work focuses on supporting trade facilitation, enhancing product competitiveness, and strengthening the capacity of African businesses to meet regional and international standards. Through her role, she contributes to building a more integrated and competitive African market. Thank you for being here. Our next panelist is Udoso Udwak, the head of the SMEs Desk Standards Organization of Nigeria. She leads initiatives aimed at supporting small and medium-sized enterprises to meet quality and regulatory standards. With a strong focus on capacity building and compliance, she works closely with businesses to improve product quality, ensure standardization, and enhance their readiness for both local and international markets. Her work is instrumental in helping SMEs scale sustainably and compete globally. So our first question is going to Ms. Obumneke Sandra. So we would like to know, for women just starting out, what legal basics must be in place before launching a business?
Good afternoon, everyone. All difficult to be observed. For women who are starting up businesses, the first thing to have in mind is what structure, what kind of business do you want to go into? What are the requirements? What are the regulatory requirements? What industry are you going into? So, for instance, you're going into food business. You already have it at the back of your mind that you would need a NAFDAC certification. So you need the regulatory, the certifications from the industry you're going into. So what that is also going to influence what structure your business is going to take. Is it going to be a business name? Is it going to be a partnership? Is it going to be a sole proprietorship? Is it going to be a limited by liability company? Whatever the case is, the structure, what type of business are you going into? That will influence the regulatory requirements you need. So the regulatory requirements you need are like the fulcrum of the business you want to set up. That is the structure. That takes the foundation of your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Obumneke, for that very insightful perspective. We're going to be asking the next question. We're taking the next question from Lilian Kamanzi. And we would like to know, what are the most relevant certifications, example quality, environmental, safety, that women-led businesses should prioritize, and why?
Thank you so much. Thank you for Impact for having us here as the African Organization for Standardization. So coming back to your question, what certification should women-led business prioritize and why? Moderator, allow me first, before going to certification, people need to know the foundation of this certification. What leads to certification? There are primary compliance that they have to meet. As my previous speaker mentioned, there are regulatory requirements that SMEs need to comply with. And then they have to go now to the specific standard product requirements. In different fields, we have in agriculture and food standard is about occupational health and safety. Those who are environment or those who are dealing with the product like cosmetic and leather products, they might need to comply now with the 14,000 standard, which deals with the environment. So all those are their level that you need to comply with. After those specific sector, now you can start thinking about the market. Where are you taking your products and which market? Is it the market where they are requesting you to show an organic certification? There you have to now add that specific requirement. But this time, it will not be really taking you much effort, much time, because you have already set the foundation. Yeah, thank you. Those are the key certificates that you might need.
Thank you for that comprehensive, detailed insights. So we'll now hear from Ms. Udwak. What simple quality control habits should every woman entrepreneur start implementing immediately?
Thank you, Madam Barbara. Good morning. When we are talking about habits, those are things that things you do every day. So for an SME, those things you do every day, consistency, that is what brings about quality control. First of all, let me speak about if you are producing like shea butter, whatever product you are doing. Your consistent production of that product in the same way, in the same process, using the same timeline, that is consistency. And if you do that repeatedly, you have formed a habit. And when you are producing that product, you now look at the texture. Is it the color? Is it how it comes out, the end product? Those are the little things you do in-house, and it helps you to monitor your product quality. Then, when you want to go a bit further, how about your consumer complaint? Some of us take consumer complaint as a bad thing. It's not. It's a step rock for you to improve on your business. Because when a customer complains your product is not good, you look at that area he or she is complaining, then you adjust, your product becomes better. Then we talk about documentation. Many of us don't write down what we do. And as human, you are bound to forget. Even the people that are working with you, they are bound to forget. So you write down those little things. Like, is it the temperature? Is it the whipping time for your shea butter? Is it the atmospheric environment you want your product to be stored in? You write them down. How you move from your raw materials to your final product, write them down. Because one day you might not be around and there is a production that needs to take place. But if you have this documentation in place, anybody in your factory can do that and produce consistently the same product that you would have produced if you were around. Then we now move to the labeling and storage. How do you store your product? You produce a very nice product, then you put it in a shelf that is full of moisture or rain. There is rain leakage in wherever you are keeping it. My dear, that product, your end product will spoil quick. The shelf life will be reduced. So you look at your storage. Make sure that wherever you are storing or keeping your final product does not affect the viability of that product. Look at your labeling. If someone look at my label, will that person be able to identify with me? Some people label their products. They don't put what is inside. They don't put a common thing like phone number. They say, then how do you now want someone that likes your product and uses it to reach out to you? So these are the small things inherent that you can do without wasting money, and you will also be keeping the quality control of your products in place. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bola, for that clarity on quality control habits. Based on that,
question, which is really basically on the topic of what are the most common legal mistakes women entrepreneurs make early, and how can they protect themselves as they grow?
Okay. There are a few of them that we notice in around us. So the first one is
I'm going to get married to this person soon. Let's enter a business. There is nothing to document it. It's just based on, oh, I trust this person. We forget that contracts outlive the people that are entering it at the time. So even if you trust the person at the time, what about the person's successors, nurses and all of that? And besides that, the management of my friend would always say, a sharper mind is fainter than the faintest pencil. So you need to document, oh, I'm entering into contract with this person, I need this, whether it's supply, whatever it is, no matter your relationship with the person, your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, even if it's, I also understand that sometimes when clients come for you to draft contracts, even if they want bigger, they'll tell you, oh no, this person will be doing business for years, don't make it look so serious, and all of that. We forget that the contract is not just for now, but it's going to outlive us. So we need to also have that at the back of our mind. Yes, this person is my friend. Yes, this person is my sibling. Yes, my mother. Yes, my father. But we need to document agreements, even if it's not because you're looking forward to have disputes in the future, but to have structure. Another mistake we also make is not differentiating business accounts from personal accounts. So besides even the law it causes for taxation, another issue to bring is you not being able to account for funds for, okay, this one is personal, this one is for business. If it's possible, you can put yourself on the salary for your business or from your business account, and not for when you need to go into your business account for personal expenses. Please, I feel that.
Thank you so much. Our next question is going to be answered by Ms. Kamanzi. So we want to know, how can entrepreneurs balance the cost and complexity of certification with the need to stay competitive?
Thank you so much for this question. Certification is key. Certification is very important. Take it as passport to your product, to take your product to other markets. So for that, you have to, if I can say, bear the costs, because it's very important. But there's a way you can approach the certification costs. You need first to comply with the basic requirements, whereby you need to put in place a system, documents as they maintain your processes to maintain
red.
go into
Red, no
workforce
network.
verification because
Why
you
is
need
it
to be
red?
trained.
It's empty.
After
I had to put it in and check the data. It's empty.
There's
data inside. It's empty.
So
general TV empty. Empty. The network is bad here. Oh, really?
comes the audit, where they now have to ensure that you have complied with the requirements within the standards. And then there's the testing,
You know the fee here.
when the product are tested, this is the evidence that we are really complying with the standards. And then the awarding the quality act that will now show the rest of the market.
No, they're complete that they cannot hear. Wait. It's picking something from the system.
It's a way of now you can even leverage to the existing supports nationally. This I can give example. This is organic certification, this is the food safety, and then we focus specifically on that. And as we move forward, as we mature, as we grow, we can now also think of others, of course, depending on the means that we are having. So as a final one, I can say that certification can be considered as an investment, not a cost. So investment you need to now go gradually until you fully mature and then able to cover the full certification costs. Again, with the certification, it's open. The access to market, reduce loss, rejection of the market where you are making your product, and finally, it improves long-term the processes and also the quality of the product.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marve. Raised important points about having to stay competitive, balance the cost and the complexity of certification. Now let's explore this from another perspective.
Yes.
Ms. Udwa, I would like to ask
product that is going to Ghana. Because we are a standard body in all the international bodies, we are a member there. We have standards that in those countries. So if you want to send your product to Kenya or Ghana or any country, US, UK, we can certify that your product in line with the requirements of standards in that country. And when we certify that, we give you a certificate called the SON EXTA, that is Standards Organization of Nigeria Export Conformity Assessment Program. Then let me come to the special economic zones. You say you are an SME, you want to be in a special economic zones you are producing. We have a certification for you. You can see we get to all covered. So we have the SESCA, which is the Special Economic Zone Conformity Assessment Program. All these caps are there to make you excel. Standard is like a gateway. That product you are selling among family and friends. By the time you get these caps, these certifications from some, in whatever way you want them, we are there to provide them for you. So that we open that gateway for you to enter into the market and earn real money. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Goodwill. And that connects beautifully to what Manze had mentioned earlier. So, our next question will be for Ms.
Structure for sustainable businesses because of the type of investment. Because of the Okay, so generally, a limited by liability company is the best structure for sustainability, for businesses that want to be structured for sustainable investments, because for the type of funds or amount needed for sustainability from institutional investors, most especially, you would realize that it is a limited by liability company that these investors look forward to put in their money because there is structure in place. Yes, a business name in whatever way it's structured, whether it's sole proprietorship or a partnership, can scale eventually. But for the type of investments that sustainability requires, a limited by liability company is best suited for it. But beyond even having a limited by liability company, what structure do you have in place? Are you tax compliant? Are you besides even tax? In your field, in your area of business, are you complying with your regulatory requirements? Are you doing the things you're meant to do? Are there also documentations that are in place to attract these investors? Because most investors, when they want to put in their money, they want to ensure that there is something in place, there is structure in place. They're not going to put in their money to something that does not have a structure as to how it's going to scale eventually. So there needs to be structure in place. There needs to be writings, things in documents that have been written for how things are going to just basically run in the company. Like I said, licenses, your regulatory approvals, and all whatnot that you need to comply with at every point in time. You just need to be on check and ensure that your books are also very clean. So those will attract the type of investors that are needed for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Obumeke, for that. In the interest of time, let's hear briefly from Ms. Kamanzi, talking about standards. So how can meeting standards help women entrepreneurs access regional markets under the African continental free trade area?
Thank you, moderator. First of all, okay, I wanted first to highlight or to share where does the African Organization for Standardization comes in under the FCFTA. So under the FCFTA, we have different, we have agreement, we have protocols, we have regulations. Under regulation, there are regulation on technical barriers to trade and also SPS measures. So under the same agreement, a Pan-African quality infrastructure has been established, and under that Pan-African quality infrastructure, that's where now ARSO comes in. We have the African Organization for Standardization, which is mandated in that umbrella to put in place African harmonized standards. There are other organs that deal with the accreditation, metrology, and also electrotechnical standards. So I'm going to talk about the ARSO because that's what we do. Under ARSO then, we are requested under the FCFTA agreement to have African standards. And I'm happy to share with you that we are now about 2,500 African standards in different sectors, including food, agriculture, leather, cosmetic, pharmaceutical, all those standards available for our members to use. So within that framework, having implemented those African standards, because this is now what is required to be able to trade within the African continent, within other members, you have to comply with those African standards, those harmonized standards. And this will now even allow to reduce the duplication, the divergency with different standards from national organization. So the best way is to now to use harmonized standards. So we are not only harmonizing standards, we have now also come up with the certification, product certification, whereby now we have products from Africa that bear the African quality mark. We have started recently with Rwanda, whereby now we have 65 SMEs that are having the African quality marks. What does it mean? This means that now those products are able to move within the continent because of that mark, the African mark. And soon, I think next month, their SMEs also going to be awarded the African quality mark here in Nigeria, together with the SON, because they have complied with the African standard harmonization. So this is to show that the benefit of or how the standard enable access under the regional FCFTA agreement. The key is to use the harmonized standards and also to have that quality mark. And definitely the standard what does is to unlock that trade, is to reduce the barriers, and it's to reduce also the duplication and also the duplication of effort and the cost of the certification cost. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that detailed insight. I would like to ask Ms. Udwak if you can just wrap it up in like 1 minute. Just let us know how can small businesses effectively engage with Standards Organization of Nigeria to ensure product quality and regulatory compliance.
Thank you very much. We have the digital platform, which I mentioned earlier. You can reach us through our website. Then we have 47 state offices nationwide. You can reach us there. Then you can also log into our website, www.son.gov.ng. If you are trying to seek for certification, you can get your MANCAP certification there, and you can get your product identification scheme. Sorry, I did not mention that during the certification scheme. Because of how unique the SMEs are, there are some products that they come up by themselves. They are innovative. We don't have standards for them. So we have a hand-holding identification scheme to guide and mentor such MSMEs until they are able to graduate and get the MANCAP certification. Then you can also assess us, because one of our incentives for SMEs is your participation in standards development. That product you are producing, you can join the board of stakeholders in that sector to deliberate on the requirements for that standard. That is a privilege. Then also we organize time-to-time training and workshops for MSMEs through our WhatsApp platform. We have an active Telegram platform too. Then we have an active SME desk here in the corporate headquarters at 52 Lome Crescent, Wuse Zone 7. You can walk in anytime. Then we have also our toll-free lines. You can reach us anytime. So there are different avenues you can, meet us, discuss standards, and also facilitate certification of your products. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our panelists for those valuable discussions. We will now open the floor for questions from the audience. If you have a question, please raise your hand and a microphone will be brought to you. Kindly keep your questions brief so we can hear from as many participants as possible.
Hi. Please make your questions very brief. Your name and straight to your question. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Carmel. I'm from Benin. Sorry for my English. My question is, how do you think we can make a bridge between African women that have businesses outside of Africa or even it is in Africa? How can we make that bridge to make sure that we work together to implement those businesses?
Please, who is this question addressed to? Can you repeat yourself? Because the panelists couldn't hear what you said.
Okay. So how do you think we can make a bridge between businesses from people from the diaspora, for example, and people living in Africa in different countries? How can we make bridge to make sure that we actually promote our businesses and our skills as African women, business leaders here in Africa, but also outside of Africa? And my question is addressed to all of you. If you can, I think all of you can answer.
So
to
just
it.
one person would answer
Just
the
one
question,
person,
just for time.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
I can start. Okay, I think what is needed to bridge that is, as I said, standards and certification are the link to allow you to open market for you. So you need to comply with the standards and also try to get certified your product, because to give you recognition, to give you acceptance to different markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now take another question. We just have 3 slots, just 3 slots for this particular panel session.
Thank you very much to our panelists. My name is Patricia. I'm from Uganda. My question goes to the lady on the certification board. Thank you so much. I wanted to re-echo the formalization. We need to formalize our businesses. There is no escape route. You have to register your businesses. Otherwise, you will not get to the global platform. You're talking about that. I didn't hear you mention about volumes. You talked about consistency, which is very good. So if we're also going to be out and doing business, we need to emphasize the volume besides the qualities. So if we don't have the volumes and we're not consistent, then we shall also be working below the data platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are right. When we are talking, I was just limiting everything to time because when you're talking about consistency, it takes a whole lot. It's from your raw material through your critical control points to your storage facility. So when you're talking about volume, how many volume of products can you supply to the outside market? It is necessary, and I understand that. Then consistency also in your product is also necessary. If you are using a 15-gram bottle for your shea butter, you need to sustain that and ensure it is 15 grams all white. And how can you do that? You can do that through calibration. That scale you are using to measure your products needs to be calibrated. Then also, if you are looking at large volume, you need to partner. Don't do a one-man business. Partner with many people that you know that are in that field. There are farmers that are producing the raw materials in what you are making. You can partner with them so that they become your own supplier. Then you are talking about, what else did you say, the last one? Volume.
Volume, quantity, and consistency.
Yeah, I think with the volume and consistency, your measuring equipment, I've spoken about that calibration, is very key. There are some people, you go to the market, you buy 2 kg of meat. By the time you enter another person's shop to weigh that meat, it's not up to 2 kg. So it's to show you that calibration is necessary. And in SON, we have a National Meteorology Institute in Enugu that handles that. So, and when you're talking about the quantity, I've talked about partnership. It is key. Let another person hold your hand when you are climbing up there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victory Edem from Akwa Ibom State. I'm currently an upcycler. I convert trash to treasure. So my question is to the lady who talked about certifications.
we sincerely apologize for that technical glitch. But we would not start our next session without celebrating the panelists and, of course, the moderator that just left here. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's celebrate them. Was it insightful? I know we have a lot of questions, but we don't have time right now. So perhaps you could meet them and then ask the question, just so we can meet up with a lot of conversations that we need to have here on this stage. Swiftly, we'll be going for a lunch break, but before that, we have one more fireside chat. Now, you would agree with me that Global Africa is not only Africa and the Caribbean. It's also a growing partnership with Latin America. And that is what our next fireside session is all about. A chat that bridges two continents bound by shared history, parallel struggles, and complementary markets. Now, if you're wondering the next topic for this fireside chat, it's about bridging continents, strengthening Africa-Latin America partnership for women-led trade and sustainable growth. Now, I would call up our speakers swiftly. Our first speaker is an intercultural leader and business management expert with over a decade of experience across Africa and Latin America. She serves as Honorary Consul of Colombia in Nigeria. And she's the founding director of Create My Future Foundation and a director at 3M+. Her work focuses on private sector-driven South-South Cooperation for Sustainable Development, and she is a member of UNOSSC, Global Thinkers Community. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering who I am talking about, I'm talking about the Honorary Consul of Colombia to Nigeria. No other person but Her Excellency, Marisol Romero Santillo. Please let us celebrate her as she comes on stage. And she's also here with her significant other, Mohammed Jamal. Thank you. Let's celebrate her as well. Thank you. Joining her on stage is a special advisor to the President of Gabon and technical advisor to the Minister of Trade. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's, with a resounding round of applause, make welcome Claire Newman to join the stage. Thank you. And this will be moderated by the delectable Vanessa Vovo, the strategic advisor, Togo. Please, a resounding round of applause as she comes up on stage as well. Thank you. Let's celebrate our speakers one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Just a quick announcement. If you need the headset for non-English speakers, please indicate by raising your hands. We'll have someone walk up to you and hand over the headset to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Vavor. I'm a strategic advisor, independent consultant, and facilitator living between Brussels and Togo. And my work sits at the intersection between governance, sustainability, and development. I am particularly passionate about creating spaces where diverse voices and perspectives come together to create tangible and real change. And therefore, it's my genuine pleasure to be moderator for this fireside chat, which I have to say is exactly the kind of conversation I live for. So we're here today to talk about a partnership that doesn't always make the front page, unfortunately. Africa and Latin America share history. Those are two regions with extraordinary human capital, natural wealth, and vibrant entrepreneurship, and women at the heart of it all. I myself had the chance to be in Brazil last December with a delegation from Togo and Benin Republic, and I was able to see the tremendous connection and potential for myself. because the numbers tell part of the story. Women-led SMEs are among the fastest growing segments of the economy on both continents. And yet, the pathways between Africa and Latin America remain dramatically unexplored or aren't always clear. So in the next half hour, I really want us to be concrete. What does this partnership actually look like for a woman entrepreneur running a business here in Abuja or Lagos, or even in Libreville in Gabon? What doors are opening, and which ones still need a key? And for that, please let me introduce again two exceptional women who actually gave us the honor to join us on stage in a very last minute to help us answer that question today. First, Her Excellency Marisol Romero Cantillo, Honorary Consul of Colombia to Nigeria. She sits at the intersection of diplomacy and economic development, actively building bridges between Africa and Latin America through trade, investment, and cross-cultural collaboration. Please give her a round of applause. And I'm also delighted to have with us Ms. Claire Newman, Special Advisor to the President of Gabon and the Technical Advisor to the Ministry of Trade of Gabon, someone who turns policy into practice, working every day to create the conditions where women-led businesses in Gabon and beyond can truly scale. Please give her a round of applause. And so to start this conversation, I would like for us to kind of map the terrain, because I think in this room we all can sense that there's something very real and tangible between Africa and Latin America, but we haven't always had the language to describe it. So here is our opportunity. And I'd like to start with you, Your Excellency. From your unique perspective as the Honorary Consul, what are the most compelling, perhaps still untapped opportunities for women-led businesses in the Africa-Latin American landscape, particularly in sustainable sectors?
Thank you very much. I think my mic is working well. Okay, now I can hear myself. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank Impact Her for this invitation and our moderator for leading and guiding this conversation. I would like to say to that I can truly respond to this question on one lens, and it's that Africa and Latin America are not unknown to each other. And as much as we feel as such, we usually take it from the perspective of economic and enterprise. That's where we truly are lacking knowledge. So the opportunities lie across multiple sectors, and the opportunities are really at our ability to identify these markets as complementary and not competitive ones. We often share a similar amount of resources. We often share a lot of similarities and characteristics amongst ourselves, our history, our resilience, our people, our culture, our music, our food. So it is now for us to take the time and tap into those similarities and seek to not just build bridges, or rather than building bridges, seeking how do we fix the infrastructure of what we have to be able to harness these opportunities. A second one I will highlight is definitely value creation. How do we start value on this side of the world and be able to send it to the other side of the world and have value being added to it? How do a trader in Lagos can sell her sustainable fashion brand to markets in Colombia or other countries in Latin America and still be able to identify and find suitable suppliers, distributors, or even clients? So it now takes beyond identifying this opportunity, it takes intention. We need to be intentional and we need to be decisive. This is how we want to lead our businesses, and we need to establish a decisive target for women-led businesses to support other women-led businesses by adding value from a mutual perspective. Lastly, I would like to say we need to use culture as an economic bridge. We need to harness and potentialize all those things that, as I said before, we do share and we do have in common to be able to open those doors that we probably feel are closed. The opportunities lies from agriculture, from creative industries, sustainable fashion, anyway, you name it, there is an opportunity there. So it's just to make sure, how do we now harness our culture and how are our businesses ready? I would like you to even transform that into a question. Are our businesses ready? If culture opens that door for us to trade between Africa and Latin America, are our businesses truly ready to transform that into trade? Are we truly ready to transcend beyond those borders and to transform that into effective solution-driven businesses and transactions? So I think I would like to leave it at that so that my colleague from Gabon can have a word.
Thank you so much. Very interesting point to keep for ourselves and continue conversation after on the cultural bridges and where it can lead. And yes, I'd like to turn now to Mrs. Newman. My question, and I first asked the question in English. Gabon has been making real strides in entrepreneurship development. What policies or initiatives are currently helping women-led SMEs grow, and what lessons do you think other countries on the continent or beyond could take from that experience? And just for the audience, Mrs. Newman is going to answer in French, so I'm just also going to ask the question in French. Le Gabon fait de réels progrès en matière de développement de l'entrepreneuriat. Quelles politiques ou initiatives soutiennent actuellement la croissance des PME dirigées par des femmes, et quelles leçons pensez-vous que d'autres pays, sur le continent africain ou au-delà, pourraient en tirer? Does it work?
Merci.
Thank you.
Avant tout propos, je voulais d'abord remercier Madame la Présidente,
Before everything, I want
Madame
to
Efe
thank
Okula
Madame Ife,
pour
the CEO of
l'invitation.
Impact Hub, for the
Merci d'avoir
invitation.
honoré mon pays, le Gabon.
Thank you for the invitation.
Mesdames et Messieurs de l'Union africaine, Mesdames les ministres,
Ladies and
bonjour.
gentlemen from the African Union,
C'est pour moi un honneur d'être ici avec vous
this is a pleasure
pour
for me
représenter mon pays, le Gabon,
to present my country, Gabon,
et surtout de parler de la cause de la femme,
and to talk about the woman,
l'entrepreneuriat.
entrepreneurship for the woman.
La ministre que je représente aujourd'hui est une image d'inspiration.
The minister that I represent here is an image of inspiration.
Parce qu'elle fut candidate à l'élection présidentielle du Gabon en avril 2025.
She was a presidential candidate in Gabon in 2025.
Puis nommée à un poste de ministre de commerce, un poste stratégique pour le développement de notre pays en
And
entrepreneuriat.
after that, she was nominated as the Minister of Commerce for our country, which is a strategic post.
Alors, pour venir au vif du sujet de votre question,
Let's come back to our question.
le gouvernement gabonais aujourd'hui met en place des initiatives et des programmes
The Gabonese government has put programs and initiatives
pour encourager l'entrepreneuriat des femmes,
to encourage feminine entrepreneurship
en passant par la création
through the creation of public markets
pour permettre aux femmes de vendre leurs produits,
to allow women to sell their products,
de se formaliser,
to formalize their products,
de quitter de la vente informelle à la vente économique valeur absolue,
to leave from informal sales to economic boom and boost of sales.
Aussi, le gouvernement aujourd'hui emploie plusieurs femmes dans le ministère, dans le gouvernement, autant pour moi. Nous avons à peu près 10 femmes ministres, 40%.
Also, the government has employed so many women. We have about 10 women ministers,
3 ministres d'État,
3 ministers of state.
40% des femmes occupent le Sénat.
40% of the Senate is made up of women.
Vous comprenez ici que la politique d'inclusion au Gabon prend de l'ampleur dans notre pays.
You can imagine that the inclusion policy of Gabon is gaining ground.
En parallèle, il y a des programmes qui sont mis en place pour les femmes.
We also have programs that are put in place for women.
En passant par les villages artisanaux.
By going through like the artisanal village.
Les villages agricoles où on va permettre aux femmes de mettre en place des fermes coopératives.
The agricultural village that allows women to have cooperatives.
D'ici 2027, notre pays ne va plus importer des produits, les poulets de chair. Donc, nous insistons les femmes à produire et à être des agriculteurs, à être des éleveurs pour qu'on mange localement, pour gagner la souveraineté économique et monétaire, autant pour moi, la souveraineté économique de notre pays.
So by 2027, Gabon will not import chicken because they want locally made chicken and locally consumed chicken.
En parallèle, nous lançons aussi des concours. Ce concours-là permet tout simplement de dénicher les potentiels projets, que ce soit pour les femmes ou pour des jeunes Gabonais. Le ministre du Commerce que je représente a bien sûr lancé l'année dernière un concours nommé le Grand Prix de l'entrepreneuriat, où nous avons financé près de 100 jeunes et 100 femmes dans l'agriculture, le numérique, le digital et bien d'autres projets.
So we have a competition that has been launched by the ministry to support hundreds of women to enter into entrepreneurship.
Des efforts sont là, le chemin est long, mais je pense qu'avec la motivation et l'implication de toutes les parties prenantes, nous arrivons à atteindre l'écosystème monétaire que nous souhaitons pour les femmes.
The road is still long, but we know that with the implication of all the stakeholders, we will get to a point where we have empowered women and entrepreneurs in Gabon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually would like to take the temperature in the room because we have so many women entrepreneurs here. By show of hands, how many of you have ever considered or explored a business opportunity in Latin America? Ooh.
Because sometimes we talk about it.
So we'll have to wait. Les relations commerciales entre l'Afrique et l'Amérique latine. Oui, ok, ça va. Yes. We're back? Okay, so that gave you a few minutes to think of my question. So I was trying to take the temperature in the room by knowing how many of you as women entrepreneurs here in the room have ever considered or explored a business opportunity in Latin America. By show of hands, please raise your hand. Oh, okay. Quite a few. And keep your hands up if you actually traded in Latin America. A few less. Okay, and that's exactly that difference, that friction that we're going to address now. Because opportunity is one thing, but what actually stands between a woman entrepreneur on the continent and a real business relationship in Colombia, Brazil, beyond, is what we really want to know. And for that, maybe I'd like to, again, address Your Excellency with your perspective on what do you think are the most significant barriers that women entrepreneurs face when trying to trade between Africa and Latin America? Is it on the regulation side? Is it cultural? Is it logistical? And maybe also your perspective on whether diplomatic channels could be a way or an avenue of support in that endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like to say that it was not surprising to me seeing the amount of hands that went up when you asked the question about having interest in trading with Latin America. And then I probably saw none. I'm not wearing my glasses, but I think they all went back down when we spoke, when you asked about having that interest being materialized into an actual transaction. So this is where the barrier is. How do we continue in this way? It's not feasible. So we need to now figure out, barriers are on every level, are on every business, and on every system. We just had an example of one, you know. The light will not want to let us continue this panel, but you know what? We are here, and we're gonna make sure that the message gets through, whether the light goes 1 time or 10 times. So, and these are the kind of barriers that we face in our businesses. A lot of them require certain level of steady services that we're not able to get, and it's costing us 1, 2, 3 times more to be able to produce our product. Now talk less of sending it across the globe. We need to be able to come to understand that when we want to be profitable or to be sustainable, they are not separate elements. So while we're designing the structure of our business, we are now incorporating sustainability into it. In this same line of thought, when we are thinking about trading across the Atlantic with other markets, such as Latin America, we cannot have it as an afterthought. It has to come at the stage of planning. Okay, this is what I'm setting up, a bakery, and I'm starting from home. How do I make sure my product is able to be sent within the African market, and then from there, I cross it to the border? What are the logistics requirements? What are the certifications that I will need? What are the costs this will imply? How do I get it transported? How do I get it accredited? Is it even allowed? You know, it comes back to knowledge, market knowledge. So one of the deep barriers we have is not knowing how, it's not easy, but not knowing how feasible it is to actually do trade with Latin America. So for that, I will have to say that it's gonna take boldness, it's gonna take sagacity, it's gonna take stamina, if I'm to say, but we're gonna be able to do it and we're gonna get there. Women-led enterprises are not just joining the infrastructure of the economy. They are not just starting to figure as an agenda of global interest. We are sustaining the economies. Women-led enterprises pay school fees. They support family economies. They grow communities. And hence, we need to be at the forefront on what makes us to successfully trade. So in that note, trying to not deviate too much from your question. I think that we're building businesses for profit, but then we also need to keep into mind the pillars of planet and people. And in that sense, how do we solve problems aligned with this? What is Latin America doing that we can tap on? What is Latin America doing that we can leverage on? And what is for Africa in the other way is the same, the other way around is the same. What is Africa doing that we can tap on? What is Africa doing that we can leverage on? Language is a barrier. My sister and I need very beautiful, I don't know where she is, but we can hear her voice. We need a very beautiful translator to be able to speak to each other, but that is not gonna stop us. You know, technology has advanced way too much for us to allow ourselves to be stopped for all these little things. The systems are not there. The systems are not enabling. Financing is not accessible. Logistics structures are very complex to either fathom them, to master them. We are barely trying to understand them. All those barriers are there. Yet, we're going to be able to achieve the development, the joint development that we so much want in between the two regions. So I think that's what I have to say about it. Sorry, I can't see barriers without seeing the possibilities. I can't see barriers without seeing the potentials. I can never speak in negative when I know after and beside or in front of every difficulty, there is a way to turn it around. So it's very difficult for me to highlight the barriers without highlighting how we can overcome them. Thank you.
And I love that. I think that's also the spirit. But still addressing one of the barriers that you pinpoint, which was access to finance. I want to turn to you, Mrs. Newman. We keep coming back to it because, and for a good reason, because access to finance is always consistently comes up as a major barrier. What innovative partnerships or funding models do you believe can genuinely help women-owned businesses move past that ceiling, scale, and potentially export to other markets such as Latin America? And I'll ask it for you in French. En revenant sur le point de l'accès au financement, on y revient sans cesse et pour cause. Quel partenariat innovant ou modèle de financement vous pensez-vous pouvoir aider concrètement les entreprises dirigées par des femmes à franchir un plafond, à se développer et potentiellement à pouvoir exporter dans des marchés tels que ceux de l'Amérique latine?
Merci.
Thank you.
D'abord, le problème de financement n'est pas un problème de femmes.
First of all, financing is not a woman problem.
C'est un problème du système de banque qui a été conçu pour que les femmes ne prennent pas part.
It's a problem of system that has been transmitted to the women.
Aujourd'hui, beaucoup de marchés publics, beaucoup de gouvernements investissent dans les marchés publics. La part des femmes est à peine à 7% des crédits octroyés aux femmes.
Today, many governments, there's a lot of investment in public markets, but there's a very small part that is allocated to women.
On dirait près d'un déficit de à peu près 42 milliards de dollars financés, non financés par les femmes.
We have a deficit of about $42,000 that is not financed.
Alors, réinventer les solutions, ce serait trop dit, parce que les solutions existent déjà.
Because to say that I'm coming up with new solutions is to say too much, because the solutions are already there.
Nos mères se finançaient déjà entre elles, ce qu'on appelle chez nous les tontines.
Our mothers were already financing themselves informally as what we call in Nigeria, ajo.
Basé sur un système de confiance.
Which is a system of trust.
Aujourd'hui, on peut utiliser le financement participatif.
Today we have participatory financing mechanisms.
Pour encourager et aider certaines femmes qui n'ont pas de capacité d'avoir des prêts en banque.
To encourage women who are not able to take loans from the bank.
Et aussi aider ceux qui viennent à peine de commencer.
And to help those who just started.
Une autre solution aussi.
Another solution.
Lorsque les femmes vont faire les prêts en banque,
when the women go to the bank to take loans,
les institutions ne leur font pas confiance.
The institutions don't trust them.
La solution serait peut-être l'État se porte garant, la souveraineté de l'État.
The solution would be for the state to
support these women.
Parce que les femmes ne sont pas incompétentes.
Because the women are not incompetent.
Elles ont toujours géré, créé,
They can generate, they can create.
Développer et sont même la source de l'économie de ce monde.
And they can contribute to the economy of the country and of the world.
Les moyens ne manquent pas pour les Africains.
There's no lack of means for Africans.
Ce qui manque, c'est le système.
But what is lacking is systems.
Pour permettre aux femmes d'être les leaders économiques de l'Afrique.
To allow women to be leaders in Africa.
Voilà.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We talked about the opportunities, we talked about the barriers, and of course I want to end with the action. What are the next steps and making it concrete? Because I know that we have a lot of women entrepreneurs in the room today who would be walking out of there thinking, okay, but what do I do concretely with all of this, especially those who raised their hand and ended up having to put that down. And so very briefly, because I'm also very conscious that what stands between you and lunchtime is us at the moment. So I invite the speakers to keep it brief. Je vous inviterai à être bref sur ces dernières questions. Mais maybe starting with you, Your Excellency, what are the concrete possibilities for women-led trade to make it possible, not just possible, but even competitive? And what do we make that? How do we make that practical for the entrepreneurs in the room? Do they need to get certain certification or standards? Is there certain goals that they need to follow? Shortly, but really impactfully, as you've done so far, I would like to hear you on that.
I would like to say that I think the first step, at least for the women in the room, the first step that you need to take, it's happening here right now. Because these 3 days, today, tomorrow, and next tomorrow, are going to give you the network, the sufficient network, knowledge, insights, ideas, and even critical thinkings and awareness that you may need to be able to think beyond today and beyond what is in front of you locally. To answer your question, I would like to say that women need network. We need to be able to face these challenges and these barriers together. Yes, there are certifications that are needed, and they're very specific to the product, to the type of business, and to the venture that you are into. So certifications are there. Legislation, knowledge of legislation. In some countries, you will need an active local partner. You know, it varies. It varies at the different variety of businesses that we all do. But what remains in common and that we all need to do is aggregate ourselves. How do we join ourselves by sector? How do we develop a value chain around that sector that allows to identify other women-led businesses or male? It doesn't matter. The market is there. How do we now develop this and nurture these groups, this aggregator or these communities group by sectors that will allow us to identify potential customers, potential clients, potential partners in the other markets across the Atlantic. So once we aggregate ourselves, we will be able to now work on women trade desks. We will be able to establish trade missions between countries. I'm very happy to even announce that Colombia is going to be having a female-only trade mission to Nigeria within June and July. So these are the things that we should continue to look at, but our eyes have to be sharp and open, and these spaces give us that sharpness that we need, because we are constantly looking for them, but they are there.
back. We're back.
Okay. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I know we are all enjoying the live band, and I think we should give them a round of applause because they've done a wonderful job keeping us entertained while these challenges will continue to surpass and will not allow us to deliver the message that we are here for, but we will overcome that as well. So back to what I was saying, I think the bold and the key message is aggregate yourself, build networks, build joint council, business councils, women-led trade fairs, diaspora summit, digital trade, joint digital trade platforms, you know. All these things will enable us to learn and understand how it works on the other side and where the opportunities are. Visit trade fairs. I would say that we had a group of women come from the cacao sector to Ghana, to Accra sometime last year. There was about 20 of them, and it was a very beautiful exchange opportunity. Right now, we're working with Nigeria on the coffee sector as well, with Plateau, Jos, and I know that as we continue to identify these sectors and we continue to identify these traits where women lead in businesses, there will be more and more and more initiatives coming up. So don't wait. Create something, come up with something, aggregate, and try to develop your sector from within. So I think that's like the key message I would like to say on what we should do.
Thank you, and that's well understood. Collaboration, cooperation, and those aspects are super important. And for my last question, I would like again to turn to you, Mrs. Newman, for a final thoughts on what do you think, what role should regional institutions, governments, and the private sector each play in creating more opportunities for women-led businesses in that space? En français, pour terminer, et malheureusement brièvement parce qu'on va clôturer, quel rôle pensez-vous que les gouvernements, les institutions régionales et le secteur privé doivent jouer pour créer davantage d'opportunités concrètes pour les entreprises dirigées par des femmes sur le continent et potentiellement pour les pousser à exporter sur d'autres marchés?
Comme le temps m'est imparti, je pense que je vais faire court, peut-être reprendre une seule question. D'abord, il faut être clair.
First of all, they need to be clear.
Le privé, c'est-à-dire les banques, les investisseurs, les entrepreneurs, devraient arrêter de compter sur le gouvernement.
They have to stop counting on the government.
Devrait avoir un système en parallèle, bien sûr un partenariat.
A parallel system.
Deuxièmement, lorsqu'on parle de partenariat avec l'Amérique latine et d'autres pays, il faut quand même soulever un problème ici de réciprocité.
So talking about partnerships with Latin America and other partners, we have to talk about the problem of reciprocity.
Lorsqu'on parle de partenariat étranger et pays africains,
when we talk about foreign partnerships with African countries,
il y a la facilité, pour exemple, l'Amérique latine, d'avoir accès au marché africain.
It's easy for, say, Latin America to have markets in Africa.
Par contre, lorsque les femmes africaines ou des entrepreneurs africains doivent se rendre là-bas, ils se font face à des problèmes aussi graves, exemple les visas toujours refusés, ce qui empêche aussi l'accès aux marchés internationaux.
But when African entrepreneurs go that side, they don't have access to the markets.
Elle a bien traduit.
And they don't have access to the market, and they also struggle to actually even get the visas necessary to enter those countries.
Merci pour la traduction, même si je ne parle pas bien anglais, mais je comprends quand même un peu. Alors, donc il faudrait alors mettre en place des partenariats.
So we need to put partnerships in place.
Nous sommes ici près de 1000 personnes.
We are almost 1,000 people here. In this
50
hall.
pays, si je ne me trompe pas.
50 countries, if I'm not mistaken.
C'est le moment de créer les partenariats bilatéraux entre pays.
This is the time to have bilateral partnerships with countries.
Des engagements entre pays africains.
And have engagement with countries, African countries.
La libre-échange des personnes et des marchandises entre pays.
The free trade between persons and goods between countries.
Parler de l'entrepreneuriat africain, c'est aussi parler de cette liberté où, moi au Gabon, je peux me rendre au Nigeria, faire le marché et vice-versa.
To talk about liberties, to talk about me who is in Gabon, able to sell and buy in Liberia, for example.
Et ainsi de suite pour l'Amérique latine.
And the same for the Latin America.
Venir en Afrique, vous avez l'accès facilement au visa, mais le contraire nous est interdit.
When to come to Africa, you easily can have visas, but the contrary is not true for Africans.
Donc, pour finir,
to conclude,